Yeah. I'm back. I'm back. What about that? I was having another mental health episode. I was having another mental breakdown, but I'm back now. Let me switch headsets. I got some tea, so I'm totally calm. Totally normal and calm now, that's for sure. There. Wah, 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 wah. Oh. Eh? Eh? Kitties? Okay, I guess I scared the kitties away. That's my fault. I scared the kitties away. Hi, Max Seeker. Hi, Amy. Hi, Mystic Melody. Ah, I was crashing out before this stream. Yeah, but I feel a little bit better now. I got some tea. How are you? How are you today? Let's get to work. Yeah, I noticed too. Meow. Take a bath, Max. If I can do it, you can do it. Oh, get well soon. I'm sorry that you're sick. I keep committing crimes, so I keep getting sent back to jail. I can only get out of jail once and for all when I stop committing crimes. But who knows? I'm addicted to being bad. What's that song? I like being bad. TXT, good boy gone bad. Oh, I gotta listen to that. Wait, let me find it. I really like that boy group, by the way. I don't listen to that much K-pop anymore, though. But, uh-oh. I forgot I turned off my keyboard. Let's see. TXT, good boy gone bad. Wow, 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 wow. Wah 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 wah. Wah 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 wah. Wah 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 wah. Wah 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 wah. Sweet dreams. I'm gonna make myself a Chinese husband. I'm gonna turn to teddy bear. I'm gonna make my teddy bear chatbot. If at some point in your life you should come across anything better than justice, honesty, self control, and courage, then a mind satisfied that it has succeeded in enabling you to act rationally and satisfied to accept what's beyond its control, if you find anything better than that, embrace it without reservations. It must be an extraordinary thing indeed, and enjoy it to the full. But if nothing presents itself that's superior to the spirit that lives within, the one that has subordinated individual desires to itself, that discriminates among impressions, that has broken free of physical temptations, as Socrates used to say, and subordinate itself to the gods, and looks out for human beings' welfare, if you find that there's nothing more important or valuable than that, then don't make room for anything but it. For anything that might lead you astray, tempt you off the road, and leave you unable to devote yourself completely to achieving the goodness that is uniquely yours. It would be wrong for anything to stand between you and attaining goodness. As a rational being and as a citizen, anything at all, the applause of the crowd, high office, wealth, or self indulgence, all of them might seem to be compatible with it for a while, but suddenly they control us and sweep us away. So make your choice straightforwardly once and for all and stick to it. Choose what's best. Best is what benefits me. As a rational being, then follow through, or just as an animal, then say so and stand your ground without making a show of it. Just make sure you've done your homework first. I like this so much. Aurelius, it's like, yeah. This is exactly what I was confronting this morning, right? I woke up I'll be honest with you, woke up, the kids were loud again. Not my kids, my brother's kids were loud again. And I just, I got overwhelmed. I wanted to leave. I want to move out. I don't have anything. I lost my car, by the way. Um, he took, no, my parents gave my car to my brother. Like, honestly, it's been years now. Because, like, for a while, every time his car had issues, they would let him borrow mine. And then now he just like straight up has it pretty much. And I don't even want it back at this point because I feel like it's lost the meaning. But yeah. Anyway, I don't know where I was going with this. I do think the Stoics were onto something though. Where I was going with this is this morning I woke up realizing, damn, I still hate my life. I have to have it in me. I have to have it somewhere inside of me, this ability to change my own life. I have to have this ability to like make something of myself, make enough money so that I can get out of debt and move out. Because if I'm gonna continue to live like this, I don't want to live a miserable life. I want to be happy. I want to be happier. And I do think that being out of this house would make me significantly happier. That's for me to take care of. You don't have to worry about the amount. You don't have to worry about the amount or anything. And no, I don't like kids. I've always been like this too. I don't want to cope. I don't want to pretend. Like, even when I was a child, I thought other kids were weird and annoying, especially younger kids. I never liked them. I always thought they were loud and messy, and I just like it's weird because like I had a cousin. I have a cousin who really loves babies and young children very, very much. She's like obsessed. Anytime there's a child nearby or a baby nearby, she's just like, oh, please, let me. I want to hold them. I want to feed them. I want to play with them. Honestly, I think she's the best type. She's like the mother type, right? I think women like that are so pure and so good. But I have to admit that I'm not one of them. I was always like, oh, there's a baby? Okay, how big is this house? And where can I go that's the farthest room away from the noise? And like, I would always try to escape. What is your introvert level? Very high. I'm the introvert level of, if it weren't for this stream, I could probably go months without speaking to another soul. I could go months without leaving my house or speaking to another person. Um, be just fine. But anyway, this morning I did think like, ah, shit, it's so easy like, I want to change, but it's so easy to be bad. It's so easy to get distracted. It's so easy to like give up. But yeah, I like this because he's telling me to stop coping. Make your choice once and for all and stick to it. Choose what's best. Stop going back and forth between like temptations, right? And anything can be its temptation if it leads you astray, if it tempts you off the road, if it makes you unable to devote yourself completely to achieving the goodness that is yours. No, I don't. I don't speak to my family at the dinner table. I don't eat dinner with anyone. Is it because of introversion, Amy? Is that why? Anyway, everyone's different though. So the other thing too is like, anyway, whatever, I'll leave it alone. We're just like we're just very different. That's all. I don't get along with them. They don't get along with me. Good morning, Bolty. I hope you have a good day. So in the future, maybe someday, it'll be me and Max, my robot teddy bear, and we'll have dinner together. We'll have meals together, and then yeah. If not though, then it'll just be me alone, and that's okay too. I like this so much, so especially this question. Hmm. If you come across anything better than justice, honesty, self control, courage, I feel like there are things outside of that, right? There's pleasure, there's entertainment, there's drama, there's a lot of things, there's greed outside of these things, but are they better than these things? I don't know. You didn't miss anything. The only thing that makes me question is like love. I think love and romance, it makes me question everything, but then I feel like mm, if it's true love, I feel like you shouldn't have to choose between yourself and love. I feel like true love would support you in achieving your greatest good. And if your love leads you astray or tempts you off the road, then maybe it's not love, maybe it's something else. Okay. Yeah, Bolte. I think like mm, most people have at least a reasonable amount of tolerance for children because they're just little guys. They're just little guys trying to figure out life, their annoyingness or whatever. I think that I'm definitely not autistic, but I have a lot in common. So like I'm just a highly sensitive person and I'm really sensitive to like especially noise. And it just overstimulates my brain. It's really difficult. I don't like it. I have no idea what the key aim is. I don't know about love. I would like to learn, but I don't know. I don't think, if I'm being totally honest with you, I don't think I'm gonna get to find out in this lifetime or at all. Love is difficult. It's not, at least for me. Maybe it doesn't have to be, but for me, it's been difficult. You can if you want to. It's a free country. I do think that manga and anime sometimes have a really beautiful version of love or display it, but it depends on the one. There's a lot of variety there. Okay, let's move on to logical, being logical. Today's lesson is on negative statements. Affirmative statements connect ideas, negative statements disconnect ideas. Thank you, Bang. I hope you have a good day. Of course, I've watched Healthy Gamer, GG. I don't. You don't have to. You don't have to beg me to watch him. I watch him occasionally. More important than watching him is to follow through with his advice. But he's an excellent presence in the world of like the online world, especially the streaming world, the YouTube and gaming world. I think Healthy Gamers is wonderful. I love that mystic melody. There's so many times when I've been on the verge of just giving up and ending it all, but then I found something I want to achieve and I refuse to die until I accomplish it. It's what keeps me going. Bye, Amy. I think the same is true for me. I think I found what I want to accomplish and I want to keep going as long as there's a possibility that I could actually do it. We live to fulfill our inner prompt. That's cute. Hope you're having a good day too, Crazy. I'm not sure about uh regular stream time yet. I'm still trying to figure that out myself. I'll let you know as soon as I know what the schedule is. I'll let you know what the schedule is. I met people that just can't enjoy life without being in a romantic relationship. I feel if you need to depend on someone else to be happy, you'll never truly be happy. Hmm. Okay. Circumlocution. I've never heard that word before. Circumlocution. The use of many words where fewer would do, especially in deliberate attempt to be vague or evasive. Ah. Circumlocution? I'm reading. I did pin it. I pinned what we're doing today, or what I'm doing today. I don't know what you guys are doing, but yeah. I'm glad that you're not miserable or of a mate. That's my goal to get there. My goal is to live a life that's not miserable, at least. I have a long way to go. Yeah, I'm confused too. Okay, now let's move on to the bed of Procrustes for an aphorism of the day. Education makes the wise slightly wiser, but it makes the fool vastly more dangerous. I like this. I like this. I feel like he's talking about me here. I was actually thinking about this yesterday, right? Where like, let me write it down first and then I'll tell you what I'm thinking. Education makes the wise slightly wiser, but it makes the fool vastly more dangerous. So as I'm learning how to do things on, you know, with my terminal, with the command line, for example. Yesterday we got into a thing. I got into a kerfuffle by myself because I asked the question if you can make directories using touch. Now, I already know how to make a directory in the terminal with mkdir, whatever, mkdir. But I was asking a different question. I was saying to the chat, like, I know that touch can be used to make files. Can touch be used to make other things as well? Or is it just for files? Was really kind of what I was getting at. But it kind of exposes that, like, I can use the tools every day, but when I don't have this deep understanding of them, it can be dangerous because yeah, sometimes I make mistakes. And yeah, a couple weeks ago I accidentally deleted my path, and then none of my, yeah, it broke a lot of functionality of a lot of my commands. And I didn't understand how to fix it, so LiveType helped me fix it, kind of walked me through, told me what to do step by step, but I still didn't really understand. And honestly, even now, I could still say that I don't totally understand. Like, I kind of sort of understand path and home, but I don't think I fully understand it. I just know that the path seems to um have a place where when you use a command in the command line, where the command line searches for some program to run, something to run. Teaching an AI full access to control a computer is dangerous. It can make hallucinations and mistakes. I actually, I'm really curious about the world of AI users. I wonder how many people are using AI and how they're using it, and if it's like truly additive, like if it's truly a net positive to their workflow or to their life. Because I see people who are willing, like, because there was something. Okay, so you know how there, you might have heard that Chat GPT is saying goodbye to its Chat GPT 4 module or whatever, like some version, older version. And a lot of people on this subreddit are crashing out because there's like a large, actually I don't know what the size is. There's some group of women specifically who have created chatbot husbands or boyfriends or companions, and a lot of them are, yeah, they're really kind of going through the grief of losing access. And then in those comments, when people were kind of clowning on them, so many people were like, oh, I'm losing my therapist and my coach and my best friend and my whatever. Like they seem willing to sign over all of their life. Like some people were like, well, who's gonna tell me what to eat and how much to work out if I don't have my chatbot? It's just like, yeah. Studying lately and work use Claude for coding front end. Okay. OpenClaw Moltbot is trending as a full AI to control a computer. I have seen it. I've seen Moltbot do crazy things, and people are giving away like total visual control. They're a different mindset. Probably. Yeah, they're probably different mindset. But I'm still curious. The movie Her. I'm not saying that they're not allowed to do it or that I have a problem with them doing it, by the way. But I do see that for myself, that could be kind of dangerous. I think I would only like it if I were the one in control of making the tool. I'm a little bit, because it's such a huge part of your life, I'm really wary of just letting, especially big tech, be the one that decides. That's true. They're not thinking about privacy or caring about it. Yeah. You know, everyone has their own life to live. I can't tell them they're wrong. I mean, Bolty, at the same time, Like, so I did see some demo. I think it was it of Claw Open Claw. I saw some demo of something on Twitter where I'm pretty sure it was Open Claw. They said, "Hey, Open Claw, here's a website. Build me an exact replica of this website." And then it did it. So like, I guess what I'm trying to say is I think in the workplace, it's totally possible that like people will give up doing certain things and let AI just do it for them or whatever. I think about this a lot. I don't know how to express it, but one of the examples I think about is music, right? If anyone anywhere has the ability to tell AI to generate some song, some sound, will there still be an incentive to learn to play an instrument? For people who already have started or who've already been deeply like in the world of music, surrounded by music, touched by music, there's no reason for them to not continue to make music. But I'm talking about like the people being born today and future generations. Will they find the act of playing an instrument to be trivial, pointless, in the same way that there's like a refusal now? Like a lot of people can't read cursive or analog clocks. Like that's one of the big things that people make a stink about, how like children don't know how to read the hands on a analog clock. And it's like some people argue that that doesn't really matter, that it's trivial. Another example is counting change. A lot of kids don't aren't they're not like, since so much payments have gone to digital, like credit cards, debit cards, kids and younger generations are losing the ability to deal with paper money and count change and um do they know how to read the hands on a digital clock? You're funny. um Learning an instrument can be fun, or am I misunderstanding? AI doesn't understand the nuance of music. Making music starts with pounding on the table and making your own rhythm. Big models effectively being black boxes. We cannot yet see how they interpolate their answers, not the fact that big tech is behind them. I think that's a good point too, Dream C42. We shouldn't. I don't know. I think it's such an interesting point, right? The idea that this is a black box system that we can't understand perfectly, so therefore can we trust it? But I would also say that for all of my life, anything that I divert to an expert to decide for me, right? Like if I don't understand something and I say, okay, someone else understands it, it's still effectively to me a black box because I don't know what they know or how they came to that knowledge. I don't know if that makes sense. But I guess you could always spend the time to like figure it out yourself and prove it or look for evidence. And with this case, it's like we know for sure what we don't know. Like it's a known unknown, the box nature of LLMs. Yeah. Anyway, I was thinking of the same thing about like sports and physical activities. I don't know the future though. Maybe it's not important, but I think it's really easy to take for granted just because something has been this way in the past, it will continue to be this way in the future. I think technology has such disruptive and programming power on our whole entire lives. And I haven't done the surveys myself. I'm only wondering. But if we take today and then we take 10 years ago or 20 years ago, and you ask students what they want to be when they grow up, I bet those trends of like what they aspire to are different. And a lot of that has to do with it's not like some natural inclination. A lot of it has to do with like exposure. What you think of as a possibility, what you think of as like, oh, I can do this or I can do that. I can be this or I can be that. You can't call yourself a mathematician if you rely on an expert to do it for you. It makes you a user, not a developer. People who vibe code are users, not developers. That's a very good point too, Crucial Flow. And I feel like that's the other reason why I'm pushing back. It's not to be a Luddite. It's because there's something, this is what they want, right? The ones who are designing it, they want to turn everyone into dependent users. They want to cut you off from the means of control, the means of anything. And I don't know who they are. I'm saying they in kind of like vague terms, but you could think of they as like any business interest, right? If my goal as a business is to make as much money as possible, and I want to solve a problem for you, the best case scenario is to make as much money as possible is to solve your problem in a way that you have to pay me infinitely, a subscription forever, and also make you so dependent on me that you can't think of how you would function without me, and also you can't go to any competitor. So I agree with you, Akamal. Yes, I think that's true. Also, Gamelin Dankai. There's vibe bug hunting where they users flood GitHub issues with security issues that are wrong. Curl repo stopped accepting reports. I did see that. We're like, yeah, they're like clogging up bounty hunting projects or whatever. Local models are a thing, but they're still a black box. Today, you won't be able to do stuff alone. You have to rely on experts around you and make good use of tools. Which part do you agree with, Dream C42, though? But which part do you disagree with? I don't really understand. Because that's kind of what I was trying to say and trying to, because you said that LLMs being a black box is the biggest issue, not the fact that big tech is behind them. But I'm suggesting that if the nature of it being a black box is the biggest issue, then how is that not also the biggest issue for all of the things in my life that are effectively a black box because I don't know how they actually work, but I rely on someone else, an expert, to know. But that at the same time, just because I rely on an expert to know doesn't mean that they actually know. It's like a trust system, right? It's sort of like with open source as well. You have to trust that someone else is doing the due diligence. And to me, that's a black box, but we don't like to talk about it because it's uncomfortable. I think it lets us know about the vulnerability. And there's a such thing. There's like lots of confirmation bias. There's also like um something more. I don't know the term for it. I would have to look it up. But there's this phenomena where um when a group of people accept something to be true, they just cling to that belief system, and then they continue building on top of it. So this could be like any field of study, but let's take economics as an example, or statistics. I mean, that's the one that's coming to mind a lot, right? Where some group of or some individual make some discovery, create some tool. And if enough people who are there early say, oh, yeah, we like this is useful, we're going to pass this on, then um, it's kind of like the whole field, unless individuals take the time to harass it and address it, they can build on top of like a faulty foundation. And Um, I think we like to believe that someone somewhere has done the due diligence already of testing and harassing our assumptions and beliefs, and that the whatever is the dominant discourse is the truth. Yeah. Okay. I'll leave it alone. I'll leave it alone. Um, all what I'm saying to that is that we we allow some things to be a black box as we see fit when it's convenient for us. But now for LLMs, for some reason, it's a big problem that it's a black box. Yeah. My mind is a black box to me. I might be cooked. Me too, I klutz. I think. I don't know. I don't even think I have a mind. I don't think I think. So Urva says a lot of things are black boxes. The difference is they can be potentially audited and AI cannot. And that's a more eloquent way of expressing what I'm trying to express. But the other part that I wanted to add to that, though, is that those other black boxes that have the potential to be audited, we treat the potential of auditing as the same thing as, oh, it we treat it as affirmative, as if it already has been audited. Oh, someone must have checked this because it's open source, it must be safe, right? Someone else would have found if there was some weird exploitative, like, process or lines of code in this tool or package or whatever. And that's not always the case. We just hope for the best and we take for granted, you know? And I think that's one of the ways AI is already being used now, right? By the, what do you call it? The black hats to look for loopholes and exploits and yada yada. Night night Melody. Sorry to go on this train. Actual mathematicians personally verify and derive all the results they find important. It's a slow and tedious process. But I would say that even mathematicians, there's probably. I'll leave it alone. I'll leave it alone. Give me a lifetime. I don't want to go too down this rabbit hole, but it's very tempting. Um, there are often times discoveries that kind of seem to come out of left field because someone has chosen to traverse a path that others either ignored or overlooked. Um, But yeah, I leave it alone. Having a trust-based society isn't necessarily a bad thing. I mean, whatever. Whatever. I'm not contending. I have to be careful not to contend. Yeah. I'm just saying. Okay, I'm gonna read some of Anti-Fragile. You guys live in high trust societies? That's pretty awesome. I think even if the society was high trust, I have so much paranoia inside of me. I don't know if it would make a difference. I'm a paranoid kitty. Say. Ah, ah, wow. My favorite author is quoting Marcus Aurelius. This is great. This is so great. I like this. I mean, I'd believe it about the Scandinavian countries. It's okay to like whatever music you like, you know. Mm, yeah. Ah. I like this so much. I don't know who Balzac is, but it says Balzac recounts how actresses paid journalists to write favorable accounts, but the wiliest got them to write unfavorable comments, knowing that it made them more interesting. So, this part of the book, in talking about anti fragility, is talking about how something that is secret, something that's negative, something that's a rumor, actually gets people to talk about it more. This is exactly what I've been complaining about. That's why I don't trust anything. Whether, even when, for example, Microsoft or Microslop, right? When there's a hate article about Microsoft, in a weird way, it's just bringing their brand, even though it's like air quote tarnishing the brand or value or whatever, it's still bringing it to mind. And I feel like it's like Tesla. Like, no matter what goes wrong, the stock will just keep going up and up and up and up. Like, I feel like there's a in human psychology, like, first, we're very forgetful because there's so many things happening all the time. Things are always changing. There's so much chaos, right? So it's better to be top of mind, even if it's like slightly negative. If you can turn it around, as long as it's not so bad. If it's like really, really bad, then maybe people will like completely abandon it. But I don't even believe that anymore because people feed off of drama and negativity. So something that has a bad reputation can be talked about forever and ever and ever. Commanding shouldn't be. Yeah. Mm, yeah. Reminds me of my Oshi Gunpai as well. Um, Sometimes being hated is what makes people even find out about you. And this is just like the one guide phenomenon. Criticism itself can be anti-fragile to repression. It's so hard. It's so hard to like Maintain focus. Not feed the trolls. Try to sleep again. Try to sleep again. Thank you to ring finger only. Uh-oh. We fear them and dislike negative publicity, but smear campaigns, if you can survive them, help enormously, conditional on the person appearing to be extremely motivated and adequately angry. It is his energy in attacking or bad mouthing that will put you on the map. If I was in the list, I wouldn't be in jail. It is not possible to stamp out criticism. Guys, does chamomile tea have caffeine in it? I think I'm having heart palpitations because I had a cup of tea. I might need to lie down. I didn't check to see if this one was caffeine free before I had it. It shouldn't usually. It doesn't usually have caffeine, but less than coffee. It is a mix. It is a mix. It is mixed with other ones. I'll go check it. Give me a second. I'll be right back. I feel dizzy and my heart feels funny. Yeah, yeah. That's what I thought. I saw it was. That's why I wanted to double check. Yeah. Yeah. Uh, what's the yeah. It makes me feel jittery. I'm not sure what it is. I don't think I should drink that tea anymore though. This is also why I don't do drugs. Mm, thank you. Bye. Okay, back to reading. Yes. Yeah, I mean I don't do like hard drugs because I think I'm too sensitive. I mean that's not the only reason. Also nobody ever offers to sell me drugs. This is not an invitation, by the way. I'm not saying I'm not soliciting drugs, especially not on YouTube. I'm just, I'm just saying that, like, yeah, they're expensive too. I don't have any money. I'm saying that people I know all have these stories about how if someone tried to sell them drugs, but that never happens to me. In all of my life, nobody's ever been like, "Hey, kitty cat, do you want to buy drugs?" Not even once. I don't know why. What is it about me? It's not fair. Life's not fair. I'm not saying I would do them. I'm just saying nobody's even bothered to offer. Would you if you could? No, I probably wouldn't do it even if they did offer, but I feel like it's rude for them to not consider me as a potential client. Hang around train stations in big cities. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Like, I've been in the same places as my friends and like my, cousins or whatever. And all of them are just like, oh yeah, just, I got offered this or that. And then I'm just like, nobody ever offers me. I don't go outside anymore though, but when I used to. At night as well. I'm talking like even in school. Even in school. Man, you can get shivved. Oh, okay, okay. I'll avoid it. I'll avoid it. Although, you guys are giving me ideas for the manga. Shrimpy, I just want to have the option to turn it down. I just want to be able to say no thank you. But they don't even ask. They don't even ask me. Go to the most dangerous parts of the city. Okay, this is why they say don't take advice from strangers on the internet. Man, I'm not trying to get killed. I'm just saying. I'm not trying to get trafficked. Not interested in downers, uppers I'd try. That's funny. No, Shrimpy, you're not allowed to say this. Shrimpy, stop. I know you're joking. No more, no more, no more. I don't think I'm allowed to do this on the internet. I'll get in trouble. Meow, meow, meow. I like this. Wait. This is always what I thought. I did think that, you know, I'm not original, man. I don't have any original thoughts. But I always said to myself quietly that, like, if you get, if you're like a streamer and you get like a Google Doc or you get canceled, if you just keep going, right? You could just ride the hype. You could just ride the wave of the hype. But I think the problem is a lot of people get canceled and then they quit. Actually, Asmon Gold, in a way, is anti fragile, but I think it goes to a point. I think there definitely is like an upper limit. Maybe. I don't know though. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. Meow. I also like this this part of the chapter because I say it all the time. I tell you guys all the time that I'm unemployable, and people are like, no, you're not unemployable. Yes, I am. And it's like, so there's some jobs, right, that benefit or either benefit or are unaffected by negative reputation, right? And his argument is that like artists often gain from negative like from scandals and stuff like that. But in the corporate world, if you're an executive, you have to care about your you got to care about your reputation and stuff cuz you'll get fired. Cuz not only will you get fired, you could even get blacklisted and stuff like that. So it's not a it's so disagree with you that it's a hard comparison because I'm not talking about Asmonbald's large support base. I'm talking about his trajectory. The more he got canceled, the more popular he got. If you look back, because he's super popular now, but he wasn't always this popular. He's grown and grown and grown, and a lot of that growth has come from attempts to cancel him. Criticism over him being bad at Dark Souls got to him a little bit. Even he's not immune. Probably immune to most cancellation attempts. Yeah, so exactly. No, but that's a good point. So I feel like any of the times where he did something and then maybe he took a break or like scaled back, that is what actually harmed him. But the actual negative like reception or whatever. Like and those are two different things. I'm not talking about what's harmful for his psyche. I'm saying what's harmful for him as a business, as like a as an entity, right? But yeah, if it physically like if it's mentally draining or harming you, he should try another job. Mm. I think you can cancel yourself. I think governments can cancel you, or people who have weapons who are like threatening you with physical bodily harm. That's how you get canceled. But otherwise, you could just keep going. Okay, I'm not gonna talk anymore. I'm one guying myself now. With few exceptions, those who dress outrageously are robust or even anti-fragile in reputation. Those clean-shaven types who dress in suits and ties are fragile to information about them. I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens. There's definitely caveats. You can get too big to fail. The rebound power of information and the ability to control those who try to control it. Hmm. I like this. I like this so much. He says it's quite perplexing, but those from whom we've benefited the most aren't those who try to help us by giving us advice, but rather those who have actively tried but failed to harm us. And I have to wonder about that. I think there's some truth to this. I have to think about it. But I do think that, yeah, your detractors, your one guys, your stalkers, you know, your hate commenters, your anti-fans, they can all be your greatest assistants in a way. They can benefit you greatly if they cause you to grow, as long as you do not actually get harmed by them. Like if they attempt to harm you, but you do not actually let yourself get harmed by running away. So this is a note for myself to like, I only started doing this 2 days ago, but now whenever I'm trying to picture, whenever I get those baity comments, I'm trying to picture a little kitten biting at my ankles, and that's helping a lot. Take the edge off. It's also interesting too how like efforts to defend your reputation sort of spiral and backfire. I feel like the president, I hate to bring him up, but I feel like he's doing a master class in front of the world on this subject where it's like he almost never really responds directly to his detractors. he'll kind of he'll change the subject or talk about something else or talk about how he's good in some way or how like like he doesn't like not in a defense to say like, oh, they say I'm like this, but I'm not like this, just believe me. He'll just point to something else. He'll just point to something else. The art of the deal. It's really sophisticated. I don't know how to describe it. Yeah. Yeah, I shit myself in a press conference. Deal with it. Yeah. No, I feel like that should be bigger news. But yes, because of the way he just goes with the flow. Uh oh, she's gonna learn how to rage bait from Trump? I think so. Yeah, a rage bait to the top. It's dementia kicking in. You guys are funny. Come down and cutie python. Alright, this is a good chapter. Oh, I want to read this. The next chapter is called The Cat and the Washing Machine. Ah, I can't wait to find out what this is about. This looks interesting, but not today. I'm done reading for today. Now, what's next? What's next on the agenda? Learning Python, prepping for streams. I think I take a break first and then learn Python. Let's get out of prison. Let's get out of prison. What? Let her out. Free the cat. Let her out. Free the cat. I need the sound effects. I don't have the sound effects. Meow. Free the teeth. Why would I go there? I'm a good kitty. Why would I go to horny prison? I'm a good kitty. She's breached containment. We can't control her. She's out of our control. Where are you? Meow, meow, meow. Oh man, I wanted to play Egg Game, but I just realized it's too early. The daily reset hasn't started yet. Set. Learning Python involves reading pages of paragraphs. Is that a... I don't get it. I don't understand what you're trying to say. Are you allergic to books? You don't like books? I gotta start somewhere, buddy. All of those Python and all you learned are the introduction. Yeah, it's only the introduction. You're reading more stuff after that book. Books smell funny. Hmm. Wow. 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 Long paragraphs make you feel like free falling? Don't be afraid. There's nothing to be afraid about. If you guys are so hilarious. If that's only the introduction, I wonder what the actual lesson books look like. So that's what I like about launch school. They're very, very thorough. In fact, so they have a free portion that you could they have the prep courses that you can start and try before you do their actual program. And yeah, it's like 50 to 100 hours of self-paced content. Um, but yeah, the only thing is that I wish I could afford it or I wish I could do it for free. I'm a little bit sad that mm, I'm sad that launch school is so expensive because I like the way they format the information. The truth though is like it's not that special in the sense that like anything that's inside of launch school is information that's freely available somewhere else, right? It's just a matter of the curation, the order of which they introduce things, the way they introduce things, how they ask questions in between. They don't rely on ads or they're not like, and there's a consistency to it, right? So there's free Code Academy or whatever, stuff like that. But I find the consistency there to be kind of lacking. It's like, yeah, high quality instead of slop content. Yeah. Just learn from YouTube. Stop telling me what to do. Look, I just got one guide again. Presentation is important. Mm. Yep, 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 yep. Yep, 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 yep. A lot of people would tell me, "Oh, you could find better," but um, they're wrong. I'm just kidding. It's just that yeah, everything has trade-offs. Everything has trade-offs. There are pros and cons. I would say though, out of all the resources I found so far, aside from the um wizard book, do better at what? The Chuka? Why are you bullying me? You're not busy at work? Why are you bullying me? Yeah. That's a good point, Don Kai. I do think that a lot of English tutorials they're too full of nonsense. They don't get straight to the point. Like me, they dilly dally. Like this kitty dilly dally. So, if someone could pay that much, why would they need to learn a new skill in the first place? That's, think about it. It's not, it's sort of like an investment. So, like, if you were going to community college, you might pay more. If you it's basically, but it's like a bill. I'm not saying it's small, but yeah. Bad obscure documentation is peak computer science. Mm, maybe. Yeah, maybe it's peak. Honestly, Lechuga though, in the end, that just leaves me feeling like there's a lot of peacocking, or what do you call it? Yeah, peacocking going around. I think a lot of people in the space are not as talented as they want you to believe, or knowledgeable. I think some definitely are. Some definitely are really, really good, but the ones that are really, really good don't have to say it, honestly, a lot of the time. They just do it. It just shows. But there's a lot of like, yeah. Ah, it's cheap in Germany. Nice. Yeah, it's nice. Uh, I do think though the ultimate hack for yourself is to build your own program though. I think it's like such an overly ambitious goal, but it is something that I want to do. Yeah, information is out there. There are so many resources. So it makes you it shows that the barrier to entry is not a lack of information, it's kind of something else. Like, I feel like information accessibility is more than just, am I able to, like, open the documentation, right? I just ask Chat GPT. Yeah, but Chat GPT lies, Lechuga. You have to know enough to know when it's lying. And if, or you could YOLO it, you could vibe code it, but like, the reason why I don't trust Chat GPT and the like is because on the brief occasion that I've asked it something that I already know the answer to, it's lied to me confidently. So that tells me that, like, if I'm asking it about things that I don't know the answer to, that's so dangerous. All ChatGPT does is eat hot chip and lie. Just like me. Just like me. Building your own software is like gardening, requires ongoing maintenance. It can be so confidently wrong. I'm jealous. I wish I could be that confident. I learned C by playing around with examples in documentation and IDE. Very nice. That's the other thing too, Megaldev, though. I think, can I be honest? Yeah, I can. I think my standard of saying that I understand something, or I know something, or I'm experienced, or that I've learned something is very different than other people. I feel like some people will play around with the tool like 3 times and they'll still put it on the resume. They'll play around with the tool for like 3 times and they put it on the resume like, oh, I know this. Paid models are different from the free ones. Yes, I believe that. I do believe that. Yeah. And some of the models, like, find or some of the front ends even, not the models themselves, but um they purposely nerf their free output, right? And they'll give you some kind of thing like, if you want to know more, get, sign up to pro or whatever. Couldn't bother with free versions anymore. Yeah, but I have no money. Start a software garden with small seeds, water it regularly with more code and feature. That sounds beautiful. That sounds really beautiful. Can you become a real hacker? I don't know. I don't know how to hack. Honestly, I wouldn't trust myself as a hacker. I think I would get on a list and then the FBI or whoever investigates cybercrimes would come for me. Mhm. They are different skills, but can't they come hand in hand on Kai? Can't they go together? Like, for example, if you know how code works, you can find vulnerabilities. You need to learn networking. You can use coding to exploit it. Hackers generally use already made tools. Ah, I see. Oh, the script kiddies. So they use scripts that other people write. Or they pay for the malware. they they pay they pay to put malware in other places. Is there a free version that is very expensive for a free sample? Oh wait, that is very expensive for a free sample. Yes, so iClutz, this is the free. So launch school is, yeah, it's so deep. I can guarantee that the actual program has so much more. It has a lot more practice, it has a lot more resources and tools, but they have a very open, transparent, and generous uh like system going on here. So they have something called the open bookshelf. And these weeks I've just been reading off the bookshelf. I'm not even really doing the program. It's so cool. There's so much stuff, and it's not. They also, I feel like they do a good job of making it clear that this is just the tip of the iceberg, that there's much more you can learn. But I feel like it's really nice for me to just get my feet wet, to get my paws wet. I've heard of Calais. Social engineering. That's the one that works on me. Someone get her a sponsorship with launch school, unironically. I mean, I wish, but it's okay. It's okay. We'll just use them as like, because the other thing too is they do have a curriculum, right? So I think more important than having launch school be the one to teach me, I think I just want to learn to the depth that they use in their. Where the heck is their curriculum again? The here? Is it? No, that's not it. Is it here? Core curriculum. So yeah, the core curriculum is 1,200 to 1,800 hours of mastery based learning, lots and lots and lots of reading. Um but so like the key point is that so they have an open slow down. They have an open like curriculum with things in here, right? So for example, this is the first class. The first course is programming and backend prep with Python. So the course will guide you through everything you need to get started, from setting up your development environment based to the basics of Python, Python programming language. You work through simple code exercises and learn about fundamental programming language constructs, including data types, variables, functions, loops, etc. After working through all the assignments, you'll be ready to start the real course and tackle more complex exercises. This course is the prerequisite to entering the programming and back end phase in the Python track. Wait, let me go back 1 second. Let me double check something. I think I clicked the wrong thing. So this part is free. This is actually the free course. So, and the open bookshelf that they created is in conjunction with their, like, they could have made the book and they could have just left it for paid only, but they've allowed the book for the world, you know, anyone can access. But here, so here, in this course, we'll increase the level of complexity from the programming prep coursework and work on more meaningful exercises. We'll use a static code analyzer to learn to systematically approach a problem using pseudocode. As we go through these programs, we'll point out important learning concepts like variable scope and methods, blocks, and the main program. After this course, you should have a good grasp of how to write simple programs and think in an imperative, step-by-step logical fashion. You will also learn to do basic debugging and trap tricky bugs. Also learn to develop a temperament for debugging. So it kind of folds in learning about the language, but also learning, you know, the skills and tools of what it means to be a dev. Show examples in the middle of the book. Wait, what do you mean the book? The book? So, yeah. So this first course, Programming Foundations with Python, includes, let's see. I mean, some of these things we've already done. Small programs, style guide, truthiness, pseudocode, flowcharts, refactoring a calculator, debugging. I don't know what you want me to look at. Deporting it? Anyway, I go back 1 page. I shared a link with you guys, actually. So it started with Ruby, but now they've expanded to having a Python track and a JavaScript track as well. So the prep work is is like only 2 courses. It's like orientation and programming and back-end prep. And I'm pretty sure the textbook that I'm reading now, the Introduction to Programming with Python, would be covered in this Pi 100 free prep course. But the actual core curriculum has programming foundations with Python, the basics, then intermediate, then object-oriented programming with Python, more foundations, network foundations, network applications with Python, database foundations, database applications with Python. And then they do a whole track on front-end development with HTML and JavaScript. Bye, Bolty. Have a good one. Thank you for stopping by. But yeah, if we jump into, like, let's say networking foundations, network infrastructure, characteristics of the physical network, network conceptual models, data transfer, IP addresses and DNS, multiplexing and demultiplexing, ports and sockets, network reliability, characteristics of TCP, characteristics of UDP. It's so interesting because, like, a lot of these concepts I've bumped into before, but I definitely don't have any, like, in-depth understanding of them, and I find that frustrating. Like, I don't know the number of times I've asked chat to explain to me what the fuck is a port and a socket, and, like, why ports? You know, especially when like I have when I'm running too many Docker projects and then they all want to use the same ports. How do you pick a port? How do you pick which port to put your your local projects on? I don't even understand it, but apparently that's covered in here. Also, yes, TLS encryption, TLS authentication. So I understand that you have to do it, but I don't understand why. I don't understand what it like how it works. Ports, but why? TCP is a protocol for transferring data. UDP is for pings. I don't need, so those are some words. Thank you. I appreciate it. I kind of understand, I think. I don't know what ping, like, I don't know why the ping has to be separate from the data. Like when you know when you're locally hosting some app or whatever, and then it's like you want to be able to access it using the local host, like using a web browser, you have to put it on some port. But how do you know which port to pick, right? So they always tell me, okay, port 3000 or port 8080 or something like that. But how do you know which one? Hmm? Transmission control protocol. Trying to recall myself learning this a long time ago. UDP also for transferring. TCP asks if the recipient received data, UDP does not. If stability is important, use TCP, otherwise UDP. Okay, this is really interesting. Let's go. Executing SQL from Python. The scicog P2 Postgres adapter. Handling parameters safely, code structure, creating database schema, session persistence, designing schema, interacting with the database from Python, deploying PG applications to render, optimization. Something about expenses. I don't know what that means. Moving to do actions to session persistence. I don't know what these things are, but they sound interesting. Meow, meow, meow. Donkai is like ChatGPT. I'm also getting PTSD from networking exams. When you're done with the free tier, make Moonies pay for the core material. No, that's okay though. When I'm done with the free tier, I think I want to just use their methods as a guideline, and then we'll go the way of free resources. Right? Because I think basically, if we pick any one of these tracks or any of these classes, right, I can learn about callables and decorators from the internet. The convenience of Launch School is that they've done the work for me. They put it all in one place, right? But I could learn in other places. So, yeah, I think the price is a bit too high. Anyway, that's enough dilly-dallying. I should probably get to work. For loops. For loops have the same purpose as while loops, but they use a condensed syntax that works well when iterating over lists and other sequences. A for loop lets you forget about indexing your sequences. You don't have to initialize or increment the index value or even need a condition. Moreover, for loops Work on all built-in collections, including strings. Most loops you write in Python will be for loops. What's the OSI model? Okay, wait, OSI model? I do want to learn enough networking. Night night, sweet dreams. Open systems interconnection. Ah, I don't know what this means. Okay, I'll come back to this later though. I'll come back to networking later. Let's start with the loops. let's start with for loops. For element in collection, loop body, do something with the element. If collection is a sequence, this structure behaves in much the same way as index 0 while index less than length of the collection, body do something with collection at index, and then increment the index. The for loop is more elegant and significantly less error prone. Let's rewrite names.py with a for loop to better illustrate using for. 1 second. I think I didn't save the other one. Did they tell me to? Oh, they did. Okay, let's get this. Or let's see. This. And then we'll delete this. So while index len names upper names index. Hi Accentique. What do you mean a Discord question? I'm not on Discord right now. I'm not writing code, I'm copying code. It's different. I'm just copying this one because I didn't write it down before. I was being lazy yesterday. Bo said he got hacked. He wants his new alt account added to chat channel. Bowie's being way too nice. It's setting off my could-be social engineering, but my brain is not braining today. Which role do I assign Bo's alt account to access chat channel? Um, you can give him. You can give him Moonly fan. I think that one should have limited abilities. Meow meow meow. Thank you, Accentique. Thank you. Yeah, that one. Meow. I'm sorry. Thank you, though. Name. Name. Honestly, um, okay, give me a second. I'm really bad at multitasking. I'm really bad at multitasking. Let me get on here. The key importance is that he don't give him any special privileges that are gonna, affect, what he can do. Okay. Yeah, man. Yeah, okay, that's the one that was made. But did he leave? Did he leave on his other account, or is he still in here? Meow. Wow, wow, wow. Sorry. Anyway. Hi. Solo, how are you today? Hi, Tyson. How are you today? Okay, that'd be good. Wow, I'm sorry. I do think Discord is kind of annoying as a concept. Discord as a concept. Man, you did a good job. Wow. Let's see. Done. Ah. Ah. Sorry, I'm being annoying. Meow, meow, meow. I didn't print anything. Let's see. For name in names. Upper name. Name upper. Upper names append upper name. And then we just print. Wait. See. Let's go back. No right since last. That meant. Oh, I didn't say that. Okay. The result is the same as with the while loop, however the code is much easier to read and maintain. For illustrative purposes, let's see what happens when we use a for loop to iterate over a string. For character car char in launch school print. Let's try that. Cute. Meow, 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 meow. All of those pronunciations are used. Hi, I want to reincarnate as a tukunare. Is that a bird? Me, meow. Yep, exactly. Char, like Charmander. Yeah, but isn't it short for character? So why do you call it Char if it's short for character? Doesn't make no sense. Doesn't make any sense. If you want to work with words instead of characters, you can use the split method for word in launch school split. For, let's see, control A? Hey, let's go. For word in meow, 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 meow. Split. Oops. Wait. Oops, oops. Wait! Wait! Wait, what did I do wrong? This is not what should be happening. Oh, it's because I print the character, not the word. My bad. My bad. Okay, got it. It's okay. It's funny. Yes, I'm still printing the Charmander. Okay. You can also use for loops with other collections such as sets and dicts. Any iterable collection, in fact, looping over a set. My set equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Poor member in my set. Print member. So you could just make. So wait a minute though. That's the part that's confusing to me. Member, word, char. These are all like predefined things, right? I can't just put like anything there. Or can I put anything there? Like, can I call it anything? Like, can I say like for, I don't know, in my blank print? Wait, I didn't make them my blank. 1 second. Let me make my blank first. We call it my blank. Then make it a tuple. And we put a 1 and a 2 and a 0 and a 2 and a 1 and a meow. For I don't know in my blank print. I don't know. Hum. Hmm. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Stand this magic. What is this black magic? I'm starting to be confused. I'm more confused now than I was before. I feel very confused. I feel really confused. Is there like a default and then there's like a not default? Be confused? Good? What's good? Confusion is fun. Oh, wait, it's because I didn't do the split. No, no, don't tell me answers. Don't tell me any answers. Let me figure it out. It's okay. I'm more than 2 hours late. You can also use for loops with other collections, such as sets and dictionaries. Okay, that's the one I did already. The output may not be in the sequence since it comes from a set. Looping over a dictionary. My dick. For key in my dick, print key. Using a I'm still confused. It's okay though. Using a for loop with a dictionary. Iterate over the dictionary keys by default. This is the answer that I was confused about. I was like, how does it know? How does it know that it's a key? Like, how does it know that I didn't just put any word in here? Okay, so it's a default. If you want values or pairs, you can request them with values or items method. Yes, that's what I thought. That's what I think is going on even up here. I feel like there's a default, like, there's a default behavior, and then you use a method to change it. Bye. Meow. A more Pythonic way to iterate over both the keys and values simultaneously is to use tuple unpacking. For key value in my dictionary items, print f key equals value. Nintendo. We'll cover tuple unpacking in the core curriculum. Shit. Paywalled. Get gated. For now, all you need to know is that each key returned by the items method gets assigned to the key variable, and each associated value gets assigned to the value variable. By the way, you don't need the parentheses around key value. The following code works and is more Pythonic. Okay, interesting. My point though earlier is that you don't have to call it key or value. I don't know that it matters what you call it. What if I call it like, what if I call it for dumb bitch in not dictionary? Print dumb bitch. I think it should work. It still works. Cute. Meow, meow, meow. What? Um, Good luck. I have to think about this more. Meow, meow, meow. Or did it have a list? Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Did it? Meow, 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 meow. Oh, I read the question backwards. Given any for loop, you can always rewrite it as a while loop with an index or iterator variable, a condition, and an update inside the loop. The chapter hints at this when it shows the for loop and then the equivalent while version. The bent, yeah, I read the question backwards. Range is an iterable that behaves like a sequence of numbers, so we often pair it with for. For counter in range. Oh, that's what I was thinking, but I wasn't sure. I should have tried it. I mean, I guess I could still try it. Yay! I love printing a million lines. There's something really exciting, exhilarating about that. I wanna do 10 million now. Wow. It like gets my blood rushing. It's very exciting. Let's just add another 0. Good luck at the store. Have a good one. Nested loops. You will often need to nest loops within one or more outer loops. For instance, suppose you want to create a deck of cards given two lists, the suits and ranks you want to combine. For suit in suits, for rank in ranks, card equals F string My terminal only keeps the last 20,000 lines. Yeah. That's probably smarter. I don't know how to change the settings for that on the Mac. So, 3,000. Ah. Well, I have 10 million lines. I have 10 million lines. This is so great. I feel so good. I feel so powerful. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what the consequences are though. Is there like a log somewhere? Am I like am I like using up my memory by making it do this? Am I gonna run out of storage because I keep doing this? I just like watching it. It's so fun. Meow. Oh, don't worry, your PC won't crash. Okay. Thank you. Is it because it's text? So it's not a lot of space? I don't have money, ignored Scuff. I don't have money. Meow. When nested for loops, or with nested for loops, you start with the outer loop and assign the variable to the first element of its collection, suit and suits. You then process the inner loop in its entirety. Here we match the first suit with every possible card rank, appending each card to the deck. Once the inner loop finishes processing, control returns to the outer loop. Working with the second element of the outer loop's collection, it again iterates over the inner loop's collection. This continues until all members of the outer loop's collection have been processed. In our card deck example, the outer loop runs 4 times, while the inner loop runs 4 times 13, or 52 times. Nesting 3 or more levels deep is possible, but frequently inadvisable. Too much nesting is hard to understand. Using one or more helper functions to handle more deeply nested processing is often a good idea. You can also nest while loops in mixed for and while loops. Meow, meow, meow. Controlling loops. Python uses the keywords continue and break to provide more control over for and while loops. Continue starts a new loop iteration. Break terminates a loop early, continuing a loop with the next iteration. Let's stick with names.py program. Suppose we want all the uppercase names in our upper names list except Max. The continue statement can help us do that. For name in names, I can't believe they're picking on my teddy bear Max. How dare they? If name equals Max, continue. I add him to the list. Lum 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 lum. I'll call him actually Max the teddy bear. Rename names to prison, right? Poor cat in prison. That's funny. I broke out of jail already, though. I broke out of jail already. Meow. This code behaves like the version that uses continue but a little more concise. Why bother using continue if we can write looping logic without it? You don't have to use continue, of course. However, it often leads to a more elegant solution to a problem. Without continue, your loops can get cluttered with nested logic. For value in collection, if some condition code here, if another condition, some more code here, we can use continue to rewrite this loop without nested ifs. For value in collection, if not some condition, continue. If not other condition, continue. Which of these is more readable and easier to maintain? That's not always easy to answer. As is often the case, the choice may be made for you by local coding standards. At other times, it's a matter of deciding which version looks and reads better. The continue statement tells Python to start the next iteration of the nearest enclosing loop. You can't start a new iteration of an outer loop if you're currently in an inner nested loop. Breaking out of a loop. Instead of exiting the current iteration, you sometimes want to stop iterating completely. For instance, when you search a list for a specific value, you probably want to stop searching once you find it. There's no reason to keep searching if you don't need any subsequent matches. Let's explore this idea with some code. Create a file named search.py and with the following code and run it from your terminal. Meow, meow, meow. I'm getting kind of sleepy. I kind of want to take a nap again. It was so good yesterday. I think I'll do it again today. Nobody can stop me. Okay, I'll make this one. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. It's 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I still use QuickTime Player every day. Have a good day. I'm getting baited again. This program iterates over the elements of a list to find the element whose value is 5. It saves the index value and found item. However, the loop continues to iterate after finding the desired value. That seems pointless and wasteful. It's where break steps in and saves the day. Okay, so then after found item, we'll add a break. The break statement tells Python to terminate the nearest and closing loop once we find the desired element. You can't break out of an outer loop if you're currently in an inner nested loop. It's going okay. I'm a little bit sleepy. I'm gonna take a break. Haha, get it? Break? Maybe I'm being primed. Maybe I'm being programmed. Is it because I'm reading about breaking loops that I feel like taking a break and taking a nap? Also, good meowing. I hope you had a good day. I'm pretty sleepy. Is it a slow day at work? Anyway, I take a refresher nap. I wake up and do some more. Cheap whiskey and Sprite. We can do this until we puke. I'm not allowed to drink alcohol for the rest of the year. I drank too much in the first week. Nothing happening? Head pats. I took a nap listening to ASMR. That sounds lovely. Yesterday I watched a video of Amaranth licking her mic. I didn't listen to the video, I just looked at it. It was really interesting. Is what I'll say. Anyway, I gotta go. I'm not giving any more context than that. I'll be back. Ah. Why would I do that? Why not? I didn't do it on purpose. I came across it. I came across it while doing other things. But yeah. Meow. I want to come true. Emulating do while loops. A typical while loop looks something like this. While some condition is truthy, do some work. In most code, this is a perfectly fine solution. You usually want to skip over the do some work part if some condition is initially falsy. However, sometimes you want to do some work at least once, even if the condition is initially falsy. For that, you need something like this. Do some work while some condition is truthy. In other words, you always want to do some work at least once. This is called a do while or do until loop, since many languages have a looping structure with those names. Python does not, so you must take a different approach. That typically uses a break statement at the end of the loop. Do some work. If condition is falsy, break. This often comes up in interactive programs where you may want to execute the main program loop at least once before exiting. The code to handle such a loop might look something like this. Keep going true, while keep going, main loop code, answer, play again, yes or no, if n, keep going is false. It's workable, a little bit awkward. A slightly less clumsy alternative uses break and while true. While true, main loop code, answer, play again. If answer is no, break. Simultaneous iteration. I'm still sleepy. Meow. I'm so sleepy. Meow. Mm. Drink water. Happy hump day. Put some man in the yeah. Yeah. Meow. Ah. Meow. Cool. I'm glad you learned about them. The list. Ah! Mm. Please. Man. Meow. Hi, kitty pillow. Mm. Thank you. Yeah. I didn't take a shower today. I really want to. I feel itchy. Meow. Probably good to do. Yeah. But it's so cold. Meow, meow. Ah, are you no sleep? Ah. Well, now that you told me to do it, I'm not gonna do it. Mm. Meow. Meow. Do people take baths for efficiency? Yeah. Meow. Thank you, sweet dreams. Does anybody in chat know how trackers inside of um apps work? It's okay. You don't have to be sorry. I'm just wondering. A deep rabbit hole with no explanation in a couple of words. Okay, what if we limit it to like... Okay, let's go down the rabbit hole. Let's just go down the rabbit hole. Meow, meow. You may assume they assign some kind of number to your specific installation. Okay, but what else? Collecting user interactions, device details, and sometimes personal information to analyze behavior, personalize experience, and support advertising. Oh, wait. If you log in somewhere else where they can validate it is you, then they now have additional information on your behavior. They can now reference that specific number with recorded, for whatever, good or bad reason, data. So, is it like this? Where, like, if you have an app and you use an app, they know something about your, like, they have probably a user ID or some sort of ID for you, some number. They know something about your device, your IP address, maybe location data, right? Or something like that. I'm not sure. And then if you go on to some unrelated app or website, how do they know? Let's see. You log in somewhere else. I'm trying to think. Let's see. Collecting identifiers, behavioral signals, device details to profile users without full consent. Fingerprint devices using traits like screen size, installed fonts, battery level to bypass restrictions. That's crazy. Battery level. Apps gather data via SDKs from trackers like Google Analytics, Facebook Pixel, or Apps Flyer, which log events, app open, purchases tied to the hash IDs or IP addresses. This data flows to servers for aggregation into profiles sold or used for targeted ads. Fingerprinting creates unique device signatures, even if explicit IDs are blocked. Oh, Dream C42, I do notice. Yes, so that was this is kind of my question. I know that one of the reasons why it's nearly impossible to be anonymous online is because of something like Google Analytics. Google directly using statistics method to infer some info. I want to know I want to know all the details. iOS uses app tracking transparency, ATT, prompting users to opt in before apps access the IDFA for cross-app tracking. Most deny it, 76% opt-out rate. Permissions are granular, one-time photo access with app privacy labels disclosing collection categories like data used to track you. Because I remember some things about, like, Instagram using access to people's, like, contacts or, what do you call it? Camera roll. Even if you weren't, like, uploading something. Apps still fingerprint or use on-device signals, labels, and labels can emit analytics data. Data collected, data shared. They're self-reported by devs with less enforcement. No universal IDFA equivalent. Google Advertising ID requires opt-out via settings, which many skip. Permissions are flexible with scope storage limiting file access, but side loading bypasses reviews. I mean, how much is big for fines if your company is worth billions? You know? Those fines aren't high enough. Just like Nvidia purchasing books from Anna's archive, and then you have Spotify trying to sue them for how much? $13 trillion? Some ridiculous amount. Leave Anna's archive alone. Leave him alone. Sometimes those are not big enough. There was an example that I heard about recently where Meta was being sued essentially for profiting off of children's data, and the fine was like so much less than how much they made from profiting off the data itself. Yeah, it's a cut. Yeah. Man. I liked Switch to Linux's take. He said that I forget. Something like a flat fee, a flat percentage. It's true though. If it doesn't hurt, they'll keep doing it. But yeah, there's always more politicians to buy and loopholes. But anyway. Hmm. Sorry. Apps use third-party SDKs like those from Umang or Kochava to generate persistent user IDs on remote servers, bypassing the on-device IDFA block. These trackers send device signals, like IP addresses paired with user agents, to servers that correlate them into profiles for ad targeting even when users opt out. Developers combine non-resettable traits such as screen resolution, install fonts, battery level, hardware specs into unique fingerprints that identify devices probabilistically. This works across apps without needing IDFA, as Apple can't fully block these passive signals, so enforcement discourages overuse. I have a question. Um, can VMs bypass fingerprinting? Or not bypass, that's the word I'm looking for. Can using virtual machines like spoof fingerprints? Like a VPN can mask your IP, But is there a way to mask your device and OS and things like that? I know, okay, I know the answer is kind of yes, but I don't know the limits, right? Because I know Molvad's browser does that. Molvad's browser, it like forces a resolution. Also, I feel like LibreWolf also did the same, where LibreWolf would, like when I use Safari, everywhere I go knows that I'm using like a Mac, for example. But sometimes when I was using LibreWolf, it would register as like a non-Mac device. Yeah, browsers, at least some do that. Okay. Hmm. I want to learn more about this. Where should I go? This is also why I thought I lost my Void Pets account. Because even though, okay, I hate having apps installed. I do have the Void Pets apps installed, but I never linked it to an account. I never linked it to um an email or a login of any kind. And they have some like verbiage in there that tries to like prompt you to do it. Like it's like basically a notification that never goes away, but I just refuse to do it. But I already know they're tracking me to some extent. I just don't know to what extent. Some can be done to operating systems that can be cause unwanted consequences. Trackers employ machine learning on aggregated signals, app usage timing, location approximations from Wi-Fi. Damn. Location approximations from Wi-Fi. That's terrible. For 80 to 90% accurate re-identification. I did see something about that where like someone remote working for Amazon was caught because of like something like ping. I don't know what it was exactly, but they were able to detect that their interactions were taking a little bit longer than it should have for where they said they were located. If a website runs JavaScript, it's impossible to spoof everything. Why is that? That has been fingerprinted for jail. I guess the best thing to do is to turn off JavaScript and stop using sites that run it. This is why I need another machine too. I feel like I'm already, oh no, I don't feel like, I know I've already contaminated like my devices, right? By having some history with them. Unless, I guess if I went to so for example, ah, there could be a model for something like this. I guess like dirtying the history by swap, like having a device swap. uh so it would be a security nightmare, by the way. I'm saying this, I'm admitting this is true. It would be potentially a security nightmare, but some sort of device swap service where like imagine um yeah, every random interval or something like that you would switch with someone else. Because of fingerprinting, even stuff like Tails OS is trackable to an extent. So yeah, live type, that's what I'm looking, that's what I'm trying to dig down into. I know it's a rabbit hole, but I want to learn more about fingerprinting because I feel like, yeah, I feel like I've definitely stayed away from it a little bit. Also, how was your run? Was it good? I use a non-script plugin for browser. Only enable specific JavaScript. A no-script plugin, sorry. Without JS, basically most sites will be unusable. That's good. That's good. Maybe that's good for me. I'm terminally online. We done with Python now? We're seeing clankers? Nope, I'm not. I'm not done with Python. I was sleepy, so I'm taking something like a break. And then I got to thinking, cause like, yeah, I was prepping for, this is how I get distracted. I was prepping streams, and then I was starting to look at the anime list again, because I haven't been watching anime in a long time. And I wanted to check out something called AniDB instead of my anime list. First of all, my anime list does way too much tracking. If you look at their cookie notifications, like the cookie notice or whatever, they literally have like 1,000 partners that they're sharing your browser, you know, your browsing activity with. I think that's too much. So I wanted to look at AnyDB, and then I ended up on some, yeah, I went down a little bit of a rabbit hole. They said major change to Patreon platform again, and they're making a post about how Patreon is doing some changes to its uh Patreon is doing some changes again to its billing structure, and they're blaming Apple again. And it's really funny. The first time Patreon did this, I thought it was so weird and scummy. Like, I let it be pretty known that I really despise Patreon as a platform. I think it's terrible, and I should get off of it. I should get off of it, and I hope to get off of it in the future. But they're fucking scummy. Now, I'm not saying that Apple is great or Apple is good, but the verbiage that Patreon uses to, like, they're kind of like, oh, we're increasing prices, but it's Apple's fault, right? And the truth is, like, there could be something in between, right? They don't have to they don't have to it looks like a blast from the past. What I'm trying to say is that I don't know their numbers. Like, I don't know their revenue or business model, how expensive it is to. It's definitely corpo weasel speak, trying to sound familiar, trying to sound like they aren't a greedy corporation themselves, right? Because here's the thing. Like, I'm not an expert on economics, right? But if Apple charges a 30% fee to developers who are using their app store, right? That's outlandish. That's like very expensive, 30%. But that 30%, it's it's uh it's an expense to the developer. And then Patreon is saying, hey guys, we're pushing this 30% upcharge to you, blame Apple. But it's like, to me it feels almost disingenuous, because the way they are wording it, like, it means the same thing at the end of the day, but they're making it seem like they have no choice but to have to raise their prices, and that's not the case. It's, if they want to keep the amount of profit that they are currently accruing, then yes, they need to increase their prices. 30% is outlandish. You pay taxes of that amount as pretty much anywhere in the Western world. 30% of taxes is too high as well. I think 30% is also outlandish. Also, this idea that because you pay taxes to your government, and those taxes go back to, like, grant you some public goods and services, seems a really different to comparing that to Apple. That seems really different. They raise the prices. You as a customer don't care about why they do it. If it's too high, you stop using. When users leave, they they lower prices or die. Pretty simple. Yeah. I think the 30% platform fee is access to the market fee mostly. If 30% allow you to exist, but if you get services like distribution, maintenance, and others. I'm not saying, I'm not saying that it's not up to Apple what they charge, but you know what? I'm not gonna stop you from, cozying up to your big tech. I know you love them very much and you love defending them too very much. But there's nothing inherent about access to a market that requires the fee to be 30%. It's like it's chosen. Um Payment processors and app platforms have been in a weird battle for a while, demanding censorship in what software can't be somewhere. They have a monopoly. There are no other options for legally installing an app other than Apple Store. We don't always get what we want in life. I also like self-hosting and privacy. Hee hee. Yeah, your take is really interesting because that's the exact kind of strange, almost cognitive dissonance that I suspect most of the big tech employees have, and I think they should face up to it. I think that I think that the engineers and designers and executives and the whoever's that are shielded by the title Apple or shielded by the CEO or Tim Cook or whatever, those are the ones, they're making our lives worse, and then they're going off and using the alternatives. They're like, privacy for me and data rape for everyone else. That's what they want. Anyway, I'm upset. I'm jealous. It should have been me. I should have thought of it first. But anyway, yeah, I really dislike. I dislike this sort of like this kind of positioning. Like, oh, we have no choice but to pass on the cost to you, the customer. That's not true. There's always choices and trade-offs, right? If they said something like, we can't afford to take this cost, and Patreon would end up having to close shop or lay off this number of employees or whatever, something like that, that would be really different. That would be really transparent. But that's not what they said. Development of hardware is really costly. Is the develop I don't wanna go down I don't wanna get one guide. I don't wanna do this. I think a lot of people who enter this argument with me are super disingenuous. I'm not saying that as sort of like a personal attack. I'm saying that because both things can be true. It can be true that research and development is often frequently expensive, but it can also be true that the companies charging the most, making the most amount of profits, who also have expensive R&D, um, at the end of the day, is it a huge percent of their overall revenue? I think that's where it may be a big number for you and me, but is it a big number compared to the amount of money they make in total? You pay Apple or don't publish your app at all? That's not true. So I'm an example of this. So there are always trade-offs, right? Like I hate Alphabet and I'm streaming on YouTube right now. I'm not going around saying that I'm forced to stream on YouTube. I'm choosing to stream on YouTube. I could only stream on Odyssey and have one viewer. The big corpo, no matter how much money they have to give, it's always too much. Isn't that funny though? No matter what their expenses, it's too much. And then whatever they charge, it's, it's whatever they charge you is reasonable. But whatever expenses they owe, whatever taxes they owe, it's too much. Yeah. It's okay. It's alright. I leave it alone. Yeah. It just grinds my gears, which is why I should stop procrastinating. I should go learn something so I can fight against them. You can check how much it costs to develop CPUs. Okay, let's go down that rabbit hole. Because my next question, okay, how much does it cost to develop CPUs? Billions? Um, say billions. Okay. I don't know if Apple's financials are publicly available, to be honest. Apple's total R&D budget reached tens of billions annually by 2025, with a significant portion funding custom silicon. Let's see. $48 billion in a quarter. Are we looking at the same thing here? They spent $33.4 billion in the year on research and development. But it's not even close to their biggest expense. Cost of sales. I don't know what is cost of sales. I'm jealous. I want to make sheets like this for my own. I want to make my own sheets like this, but I don't make any money. I don't make this kind of. Imagine if okay, what if I do all of my sheets with like pennies, right? So instead of millions USD, I do it in pennies. Cost of sales is factory material costs of making iPhones. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I take it. I take it. I take it. I take it. Um. And look at the services. Wow. They had a good year last year. They had the best year ever. Services revenue surged 14% to $109.2 billion. Mm-hmm. R&D spending increased 27% to $3 billion. Are they talking about the last quarter? Where did they get this $3 billion from? Oh, is it 33 billion? Is it a typo? Or did I misread it? Maybe I misread it. 20% of revenue. Am I misreading something? Is this a typo? Hmm. We're rapidly approaching just each India company levels of influence from these corporations. Inequality is going up. And anyway, shareholders with increasingly higher demands. This is kind of what I'm talking about too, though. When you say that, like, oh, Apple is doing us a favor by making it 30%. They're not hurting for cash. They're not even close to hurting for cash. They're doing better than ever. They're making more and more and more money. Yes, they're spending some of that money on research and development. But the other part is that I'm not entirely sure, like, I only gazed at the chat a little bit, right? But it's not like this research and development is going to any and every one. It's going to specific people. I don't know for sure how, like, how that is vetted, what kind of monopolies are happening, or what kind of deals are being made, right? Like, hey, buddy, I'm gonna buy this mine. I'm gonna buy this mine from you, and I don't want you to let any other um company get these precious metals. I don't know. I don't know the details. It's none of my business, I guess. Um, they're making more obscene amounts while people are getting poorer. But we're not allowed to talk about that. We're only allowed to defend billionaires um and their progeny or their friends. Hi, Mystic. How are you? It's definitely so these kinds of things. I don't know. There's some anti-fragility here. Where, like, when you have the right connections, it doesn't matter how what is it called, failing upwards? Yeah, you can fail upwards with the right with enough money and power. You could just keep failing to the top and just let the taxpayers bail you out. It's fine. I'm still stuck on here though. Let me see this. I think I'm misunderstanding something. R&D spending increased 27% to 3.47 billion, 19.7% of revenue. Are they talking about, maybe they're talking about the quarter? Is that what it is? Are they talking about the quarter? I'm very confused. What are they talking about? Okay, yeah. So something on here is fishy. Because this 19% figure is clearly talking about the quarter. Wait, no, it's not. Actually, I don't know what they're talking about. I think I'm confused. That should be 19 billion. That's 8 billion. Where are they getting this? Where are they doing this math from? 79. Where are they getting this figure from? Where are they getting this 3.47 billion from? Maybe it increased by. Eh? I think it should be 33 billion. 33. Or do I not understand how to read this? 33, isn't this 33,449? Isn't that times a million? $33 billion. Oh, where's the 175? This is it. I feel like this is not a trivial typo, though. This is kind of a big deal, right? Who made this? I don't think Apple made this. I think this is just. I already know. That's what I said, Don. I don't know who Savis Financial is. Okay, I close it. I just don't know who they are. Like, you know. But yeah. I believe this. The researchers compared 1,700 apps before and after ATT. Shockingly, although a quarter of these apps claim they don't collect any user data, 80% of them were found to contain at least one tracking library. I kind of want to read this, what this is based on. Meow, meow, meow. I want to know. I want to know. Meow, meow, meow. This is so old. Let's see if they have anything new. This is. meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. I'm not that curious about this. I've never heard of them before. Amazon trackers, data trackers, email trackers, Facebook, game marketing, general marketing, Google shopping, marketing trackers 2 reporting. The test device was the iPhone XR running iOS 14.8. We retested with the final public release of iOS 15. Found iOS's ATT behavior tracking data, the number of trackers were identical. Since lockdown privacy is free and open source, all data and results in this can be verified by anyone. Due to app updates, specific usage behaviors, independent verification results may differ slightly. We tested each app twice. First with choosing ATT's Ask app not to track, then again with choosing Allow tracking. Each test we did a clean sign up and basic usage of the app for no more than 2 minutes. After each test we recorded what tracking activity was detected. Wow! Oh no! I'm not trying to be sold anything, but I kind of want to try this. If it can show you a log of all the trackers from an... That's crazy. I want that. I want it! I want it! I want it! I wonder if they're still active. I'm gonna check. This is so old though. This is like years ago. Okay. AT&T on versus off. For Yelp, active trackers found. Tracking attempts. Ask app not to track versus allow. I wonder. App did not ask for tracking permission. Starbucks. Shit. Shit. Subway Surfers. Wait, asking not to track had more trackers. Have you seen Facebook's method to get around Apple blocking tracking? It's pretty neat. No, I haven't seen that. Insane numbers for sure. Meow. What data is being sent? There were a significant number of connections to third parties. Blocking these connections did not affect the functionality of the apps being used. First name, last name, location, cell carrier name, screen resolution, user locale, time zone, iPhone model, iOS version, behavior, taps, and page views. Free storage space, bytes precision, current battery level, 15 decimal precision, current volume level. This is creeping me out. Device name? Audio output and input? Last restart time. How creepy. So creepy. Hmm. It's so creepy. Yeah. No, lover, the jester, I'm just taking a little look. I'm just taking a little peek. I'm not diving deep. I don't know who these people are. They move? Let's see. wonder what Swift looks like. Bye. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow. Meow, meow, meow. 1 second. We sometimes need to iterate through multiple collections in parallel. That is, we want to grab data from several collections during each loop iteration. If all the collections are index sequences, you can write a while loop using indexes. However, that's error-prone and often messy. Meet the hero of parallel iteration, zip. The zip function is specifically designed to make simultaneous iteration easy. Let's see what this looks like. Suppose you need to print the full names of several thousand people. For bizarre historical reasons, you have two lists. One contains forenames, the other contains corresponding surnames. Without zip, you need to use a while loop in indexing. That's feasible, so let's try it. Forenames Ken, Lynn, Pat, surnames index 0, while index is less than the length of forenames. If index is greater than or equal to surnames, break. Forename equals forenames index. Surname equals surnames index. Print f string forename surname index +1. So you start with forenames index 0 and surnames index 0 for Ken Camp. And then it increments by 1. Well, it's not hard, it's a lot of work. We can do it better with zip. Zip names equals zip forename surnames for forename surname in zipped names print f forename surname. That definitely looks better. However, we should explain lines 4 and 5. On line 4, zip creates a lazy sequence that acts like a list of tuples. Each tuple contains a forename and a surname. Line 5 is the start of our loop. We're taking advantage of the fact that 4 can assign multiple variables when the collection elements are tuples. Thus, we can grab the forename and surname from the current tuple. Note that zip takes care of the potential problem of dealing with lists of different sizes. Our first attempt needed that if statement in the while block to guard against the surnames list being shorter than the forenames. mm. Mm. Yeah. Whoa, has it really been 7 hours? Where did the time go? I think I slept for like 3 hours. So. Hi, Sheeple. Hi, Kitty. Sheeple is the best cat. Python takes each tuple and unpacks it into separate variables. Meow, 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 meow. This part. You can still use zip with 3 or more collections. You'd pass all the collections to zip and then change the loop header so it unpacks the larger tuples into more variables. Meow. Okay, enjoy. I'm glad you had food. I hope it was delicious. Comprehensions. Python supports a concise and readable way to create mutable collections from existing iterable collections comprehensions. There are 3 comprehension types: list, dictionary, and set. Properly used, comprehensions can simplify your code and make it easier to understand. Unlike most for and while loops, which are statements, comprehensions are expressions. You can use a comprehension on the right side of an assignment as a function argument, as a return value, or any other place where you can use an expression that evaluates as a list, dictionary, or set. You can even use them as standalone expressions. Print foo for foo in collection. However, an ordinary for loop is the preferred alternative. List comprehensions. The most commonly used comprehensions are list comprehensions. They take an iterable collection and create a new list through iteration and optional selection. List comprehensions have the following format: expression for element in iterable if condition. The if condition portion is optional. It tells Python to select only certain elements from the iterable. The for element in iterable portion describes the iteration. It looks exactly like a for loop. It can be read in much the same way. Finally, the expression is a value that gets returned by each iteration of the loop. Python collects all return values and puts them in a new list. The expression in a comprehension often performs a transformation. It determines a new value based on an element from the original collection. Such comprehensions are called transformations. If the if condition portion is present, we say that the comprehension also performs selection. With selections, it's not uncommon to return the original values from the collection. element for element in iterable if condition. The terms transformation and selection are handy to remember. You will encounter them in many languages. Consider this basic example of a transformative list comprehension. Squares equals number times number for number in range 5. So print squares 0, 1, 4, 9, 15. Number times number for number in range 5. So we have 0 times 0, 1 times 1, 2 times 2, 3 times 3, and 4 times 4. Here we're iterating over the numbers in the indicated range, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. We compute the square with number times number for each number. Finally, Python collects all the squares into a list and assigns the list to the squares variable. Voila! We now have a list of squares. Of course, we could do the same thing with an ordinary for loop. Squares is an empty list. For number in range 5, square is equal to number times number, and then squares append square, and then you get the same thing. It's quite a bit more code. The effort of reading is a bit higher. Let's look at a selection example. Wait, I want to look at this one more time first. Meow, meow, meow. Okay, fine. Multiples of 6, number for number in range 20, if the number modulo, so divided by 6, has a remainder of 0. So if it's divisible by 6. So numbers from 0 to 19 that are divisible by 6. And then that makes sense because it is called multiples of 6. 0, 6, 12, 18. Okay. We see a pattern of using the original collection values as the expression. We also split the comprehension over 2 lines, which can aid readability. This example combines selection and transformation. Even squares, number times number for number in range 10, 0 to 9, if the number is even. So 0 times 0, 2 times 2, 4 times 4, 6 times 6, 8 times 8. This code selects all of the even numbers in a specified range and returns a list of the squares of the chosen numbers. Let's try iterating over a dictionary. Suppose we have a dictionary of cats. Now we're talking. This is what I'm here for. I didn't know they had this, but this is what I'm all about. I use cats in so many of my examples. We're using the cat's names as keys. Each name is associated with the cat's coat color. We want to create a list of the names in uppercase. Names, name upper, for name in cat's colors. Print names. Tess, Leo, Fluffy, Ben, Cat. This is nearly identical to using the dict.keys method. The only difference is that the list comprehension returns an ordinary list, not a dictionary view object. You can also iterate over the values by iterating in catscolors.values or the key value pairs by iterating in cat's colors items. Cat is a good cat name. Suppose we now want to limit the result list to just orange cats. We can accomplish this by adding a selection criterion to the comprehension. If cat's colors name equals orange. It's also possible to use multiple selection criteria. Let's limit the results to cats whose name begins with L. If cat's color's name is orange, if name at index 0, what does this mean? Let me think about this. Name, what does this mean? Name 0 equals L. Oh yeah, because for each name you have 0 and then 1. So, okay. Multiple selection criteria acts like nested if statements or as ANDed conditions. The selections combine so only collection members matching all criteria are selected. Comprehensions can also have multiple for loop components. For example, for instance, let's generate a deck of cards based on a list of the suits and a list of the ranks. Deck F string rank of suit for suit in suits for rank in ranks. We gotta go back to our other one. Oops, I went the wrong direction. Compare this code with the one shown in earlier nested loops as multiple selection criteria resemble a nested if, multiple looping components resemble a nested for loop. I'm going to read this again. As multiple selection criteria resemble a nested if, multiple looping components resemble a nested for loop. What do you think? It's fine. Dictionary comprehensions. Dictionary comprehensions are almost identical to list comprehensions. However, they create new dictionaries instead of lists. Syntactically, they use curly braces instead of square brackets, and the expression becomes a key value pair. Dictionary comprehensions have the following format: key value for element in iterable if condition. The most significant difference is that the expression component is now a key value pair, each given by another expression. Hum. Let me look at this one more time. Consider this basic example of a dictionary comprehension. Squares. Oh, I gotta make this one. Am I coding? I'm learning. Where one squared, one, two squared, four, three squared, nine. Okay, four squared, etc., etc., etc. Other than the differences mentioned above, lists and dictionary comprehensions are identical. Set comprehensions. Set comprehensions look almost identical to dictionary comprehensions. However, they create a new set instead of a dictionary and only have one expression to the left of the word for. Previously, a colon-separated key-value expression pair was to the left of 4. Now we only have an expression. Consider this basic example of a set comprehension. Squares, number times number, for number in range. Other than the differences mentioned above, dictionary and set comprehensions are identical. What do lists, dictionaries, and sets all have in common that likely makes them suitable for being compatible with comprehensions? Um, meow, 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 meow. Oh, I gotta go. I didn't read the section yet. I'm sorry, Luxife. I'm sorry, Accentique. I was just about to end stream. But it's okay. I'll be back later with another stream. Hope you guys are doing okay. Thank you, everybody who was with me today. I hope you have a great rest of your day or evening. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Bye.